multiple hour stream. The dinosaur subreddit banning Reddit Twitter links. I think the T-Rexes are gonna disagree, but the Stegosauruses might be pretty happy about that. When are you changing your name back to Bartleduki? Like it should be. It means the Twitch app is trash. That too. PoE 1 is on Friday. What do you mean? Wasn't yesterday was like a 6-hour stream. And the day before that was like a 10-hour stream. Best tablets for the towers? Breach. I am gonna stream PoE 1 on Friday. Savannah, alright. Here we go. Give it 2 more slams. Ooh, big.
How can I
Can't get the armor. It's gone. I have a private league on Friday. Yeah, lots of things on this map. Lots of things here. I wanna... I think I can go back to my stricter filter. Maybe I'll get a nice high-level jacket. Mine's only level 65. What CPU temps I get? I don't know, I haven't checked. I can open it, let's see. Hey, I don't have HW monitor info installed. Well, let's see. But I've figured out how they can nerf heralds. They make it so every time it triggers, it costs you mana. What do you think? Good. Let's see, after the breach. There you go.
Fate is on my side.
On my other computer, that would have been like 100 Celsius. What, the Kingdom Come ad where they're spinning? Warrior build, Sunder Totems. This is the gun monk. I just took the string off the quartered bow crossbow. Now I hit things with it. I think once I farm a breach boss a few times and I get Howa, I might try it again. I just like, it doesn't feel very good having to swap your ammo like mid-breach, so ideally I'd want it at a point where I don't actually have to swap and the galvanic shards can deal with the rares too. A new car. What'll I say? If you're not poor, then, and you're not poor, just get a Porsche Cayman instead. Miata's for poor people. Hyundai or BMW? What kind of comparison is that? Do you mean like Genesis, Hyundai's luxury brand, or are you really gonna compare Hyundai to BMW? Oh, that's what Amazon offers. Wait, that's Amazon cars. That's real? What the? Yeah, but it's not like it's like a cuck shed, not a house.
I must maintain a fine balance.
All my gear is energy shield.
Soil.
You have like you have an Amazon wish list, and somebody looks at it, and it's just like all cars. Or you send someone your Amazon wish list to like shop for you for Christmas. You just fill it up with cars. Hey, that is a lot of rarity. Fleet of Hyundais. Because mushroom good. Duh. Um, the maps. Hundy. 100. pretty good. Magic mushroom. Oh my god. A 1 hour. We need to talk about Path of Exile. This game hates you video. Big reacts. That's huge. League resets. It's just fresh start. Everything is wiped. Well, you keep your MTX, but like any actual game items, you don't lose. It goes to standard, and you can still play with it on standard. But the new league, which has the new content, is completely fresh. But like balance patches and stuff still get pushed to standard, and standard will get the new league after it's over, usually. The standard's really just like you're a league behind. Anyone else has? I don't, dude, there's no way. Every time it's an hour-long video, it's like, I don't know, just a bunch of rambling. They're not really saying anything. When will there be first league for PoE 2? Probably in like 2027. There's no official leagues while it's in early access. Dude, trades popping off today. I like how the ice, or my ice strike on my staff is like slightly off. Oh my god, just come to my hideout, motherfucker. Damn it. I'm gonna get in town and he's gonna be in my hideout, watch. Every time. Every time. Oh, nope. He doesn't get a thank you. What are Divines at now in softcore? Have they stabilized around 250? Back to 300. I don't know about microaggression. I told that guy, fuck you. Well, I didn't tell him, I just said it. Anyways, I don't think the first like reset in early access is probably not going to fix divine prices for very long, because I highly doubt they will actually put in an exalt sync. It's not that divines aren't expensive. Exalts are worth nothing.
My side.
Until there's an actual exalt sync, the exalt price is just going to go up and up and up. Oh, I should show Catalyst. I was crafting not a big enough exalt sync because in juiced maps you drop like 50 plus, and each item you can use like a maximum of 3 exalts on. Oh, wait, now we're talking close. A gear showcase? Your gear is better than mine. Yeah, I mean, wait, if you're like triple my tooltip DPS. What do you mean it's taking a long time? Is like 30 seconds a long time or something? Ezra don't change the tier of the prefix and suffix, do they? I mean, like, no, but yes. I mean, the tier will change. It gives you a completely random mod. Did you make subtle changes to currency drop rates and odds and modifiers during League? Yes. Well, modifiers, there's no precedent of that, but they do tweak things in leagues mildly. Probably more so in this game than in PoE 1 right now, because it's early access. Any efficient way for someone that's not deep in the endgame? For making currency? Depends on what you mean by not deep. If you're in red maps, you can do breaches.
Yes.
But if you're not even in red maps, nothing you can really do in maps. You can try farming like ultimatum or something. Yeah, I'm ready to do. I mean, I like building my town in Settlers League. Yeah, I mean, if you can do red maps, then Breach is solid.
Frozen lash.
Pretty consistent currency, and then you can put 3 of the purple, these things, the steel grill, you can put 3 of those on the map. Something you should look out for. Not really, it's just like slapping breaches on the towers.
Of course.
I mean, it's kind of up to you. I don't really. I mean, if your build's like bad, then I guess you can. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you can't clear tier fit, like tier 15 doesn't really take any longer to clear than like a tier 1. Assuming you can actually clear a breach. If you can clear a breach, there shouldn't really be a difference. It is this week, yeah. I'm glad you like it. Because the title's been the same since last week. Oh. Right. You guys have been asking for Stream Raiders back. I might have something similar coming up soon. It's not out yet, though. I don't have a ton of details. I only looked at it briefly, but it's like basically I'll have a server and it'll be kind of like a city builder and everybody can go contribute to it. Not like a mobile game city builder, not like that shit. I mean, I do like that shit, but not the same. It's not that. Looks pretty cool. Elemental damage when talking for weapons rather than physical. Depends. If you have a big physical weapon, then physical's better. Day number 89 of saying I hate Delirium. Oh yeah, if your breach tree is maxed out, then you definitely do breach. Breach more prop than Delirium? Well, you don't, I mean, that's not a choice, you do one or the other, you do both. Unless you mean like specifically doing the tower strat thing, where you just reset the tower over and over. Yeah, hardcore trading's a bit better than softcore, but not really in this game. In PoE 1, it's miles ahead of softcore, but in this game, I don't know, it's pretty bad still. Still better than softcore, but still pretty bad. Life's a breach. Nice. Glad you didn't get into PoE 1 back then. I mean, if you're enjoying the PoE 2 endgame, it's basically a shitty version of the PoE 1 endgame. If you actually enjoy the endgame, you will like PoE 1. It doesn't really matter that it's not getting updates right now because you haven't played it yet. Right now I probably couldn't do a simulacrum, but I mean any build can do simulacrum, it just needs to be a good build. If you don't enjoy certain map layouts and crafting, oh yeah, you'll love PoE 1. PoE 1, you just choose the map you want to do. And there's a trillion crafting options as opposed to using exalted orbs. Forget Poseidon's Kiss, forget that. It's time for the witch's tip. It's when you use so much toilet paper in the toilet and you flush and it spins the toilet paper and it tickles your butt. Why are you sitting when you flush? Well, sometimes I have to flush multiple times, and by sometimes I mean almost every time. Oh, you're just the weak shitter. Try harder. Watch this. It's gonna get corrupted to 300. Or not. Okay, this could be big. This could be big. Shit. Shit.
What is it?
John, toilet in the house. Son of a bitch, it didn't connect. I mean, if you're started 2 weeks ago, sounds like you're doing pretty good. So you can clear breaches.
Arms for the monastery.
There's probably a clarified PoE one in that command. I smell some kind of food, but I don't know what it could be. Yeah, there's some price checkers. I don't know. I think people got Awakened Trade to work somehow. Yeah, Pew on his price fixing issues too. But not nearly as bad. I don't know. PoE 2 is crazy. You have to scroll down so far to get past the dog shit listings. For chance shards, a chance shard is like 0.25 exalts. $91. This is my favorite build. Although I do like Fireball. Well, I haven't played a pure Fireball build, but maybe I should. I want to try the Ember Fusillade too. Come on, give me an additional breach. I don't know, Jung's Fusillade build looked pretty good. What is the metronome shit? I'm glad I kept looking for a breach. I don't think so, Cuglorf. Why did someone call you a bumbo? Maybe it doesn't like the word bum. Try just bum. Ooh, a white stellar amulet, I'm rich. Just kidding, it's only like 10x in hardcore. I'll be rich when I chance it into International Menace, though. Everything's cheaper in hardcore, less people, less inflation. Also, there's less degenerate gamblers in hardcore. And there's also like 60 Orb of Chances total, so you can't really even bulk buy them because there's no chance orbs in the league. Gary the female dog. Buy all stars and you die, sell all, and softcore. I mean, that's actually a thing. That's like a... I mean, I won't say it's a pretty big thing because nobody plays hardcore, but the few people who do, there's an even fewer amount of people who will play to rip it to standard and sell it for like giga prices, especially in PoE 1. When there's new leagues, you can rip it to standard and sell it to the standard overlords. Because they can't even get it yet because the league's not in standard. You make bank. Like, it's probably the best way to make money in standard on PoE 1. Farm the divines by playing the game. Pick a mechanic and do it. I don't remember if I fought Arbiter on my first character. I don't think so. What leagues? It's just a fresh start, and sometimes it changes fundamental things, but usually it's... Well, traditionally the pattern's been one major patch every year, and then... Well, I mean, like, if you compare it to other games, they're all major patches, but... In PoE terms, there's like usually 3 minor patches, and one big one. Oh, it means when you die, you go to standard. Yeah, you ready to go? What are you gonna farm in the league on Friday, Cuglorf? You gonna be a lab farmer? Giving a name to a sci-fi series is hard. Alright, what's it about? I'll give you a name.
have a snack.
Thanks, Dia. SF and PoE 2? No, it's dog shit. You're too late, Dr. Come. Fire? It's about fire. Okay, how should I format this? IGN. Build, roll. Yeah, I got it. Really that bad? I mean, you're just waiting around for something random to drop, which you probably won't be able to use. So you put it in a big stash, and then you make another character that can actually use it, and then you only have one item for that character. I mean, it's fine if you like mindless farming where you can do 0 targeting on anything, then I mean it's fine. Not my cup of tea. I mean, you basically can Kaglorf. Farm the witch in Act 1 over and over. And Kuglorf, should I sell that? Your very own Kuglorf in a can. Yeah, in PoE 2 I think it's 50 rarity per player. If you were, alright, what kind of canned food are you, Kuglorf? If you had to choose. And bread, alright, yeah, that is true. I can see it. Another white stellar amulet is gonna be crazy. 2 and 2 maps. And ants. Oh, that is a big chain. Well, go outside and get some bugs, Kevlar. Post lock? I don't know. I mean, there's not many avenues to get lucky in this game. Like, you can drop, like, Astra Menace, and yep, that's about it. That's actually, it's kind of a major problem, I think, of PoE too, is there's not really ways to get lucky. There's like 2 lucky drops you can get in the entire game. Even like the boss drops, right? The boss drops are like super common. Like you're basically never going to get a crazy drop. Because they don't exist. Reading. What is that donut one? Yeah, I mean, group play is always laggy. RPG recommendations. Project Diablo 2. It's a mod. You can play it offline or online. Check this out. Here we go. Bad coding. Bugged. Lag on your own and proc heralds. Then that's a PC issue. That shouldn't be lagging you. Yeah, I mean, if you enjoyed the PoE 2 endgame, like, it comes down to this. Did you enjoy the endgame or campaign more? If you're like, there's like two groups of players, the endgame players and the campaign players. A lot of new players are the campaign players. If you really enjoyed the campaign but didn't care for the endgame, you're gonna absolutely hate PoE 1. Yeah, if you want other ARPG recommendations, Project Diablo 2 I think is very, very good. Torchlight Infinite. If you like brainless blasting. Grim Dawn's pretty good if you want a slower game. I hope the Grim Dawn expansion comes out at a good time. I'm gonna put some serious hours into it. Finally give Grim Dawn the chance it deserves from me. Yeah, surely. Yeah, Grim Dawn's class system's cool. What's not cool about Grim Dawn is that it essentially has Lilith altars. I think PD2 is way better than Grim Dawn. But I don't know, I've never played the like Grim Dawn Community League thing, so I don't know if that adds more stuff to it. But I don't know, it's also hard for me to say, because I've never gone to Endgame and Grim Dawn, but every time I mention Endgame and Grim Dawn, people say there is none, so... I'm guessing PD2 is better. What is there? Is there like a basic rift system or something? Someone give me the rundown.
You've got mail.
Would chat extrude their posteriors for the gentleman with the romantic charisma?
It's not remastered, it's the original D2. I've heard the D2 mod for D2R, like D2 Reimagined or something, is actually pretty decent now. Hey, thanks for the 38-year resub, Adric. Nice.
Fate is on my
Wide duck ass. I don't know, that's an emote. Well... I don't think they've said anything about 0.1.2.
I've no room for that.
What's for lunch? Oh, I heated up the wontons in the air fryer and they were quite good. They got nice and crispy and nice. Yeah, but okay, here's the thing about the wontons. I don't really like shrimp.
You've got mail.
Plans to play the new PoE event with new ascendancies.
And it's like half shrimp, so... Yes, I'm playing the PoE 1 event whenever that happens. I mean, like, I like shrimp on its own, like shrimp cocktail or whatever, but warm shrimp, I do not like warm shrimp. Like, I don't like shrimp and pasta. I like shrimp cocktail. Air fry rice? Probably wouldn't be very good. And dry it out. No, I don't really even like cocktail sauce. I mean, like, it's okay. I don't know, I'm not a huge shrimp fan. Shrimps is bugs. Yeah, I mean, the wontons themselves, I think, came out quite good, actually, but I don't know. Shrimp. Not a huge fan of shrimp. Warm shrimp. Maybe I could eat the wontons cold. A worrying trend of what? Dip cheese into liquid bread. I haven't even I've debuted. Think about that. Using English words in Hungarian, not translate at all, they just say it. Isn't that common in, I think that's pretty common in most languages. Do you have village babushkas in your rural Hungarian village that keep watch on everybody, Cuglor? You think most of them died here? Oh, that's cool. from Burgerland. Like, are you like the... You in a dying village, Cuglor?
I carry few possessions, and I don't
Is this what it looks like there? Plastic burning neighbor is gone too. I imagine this is what it looks like. Except with more burning plastic. It's everywhere rural? It's not true. That looks way nicer than the rural places I've seen in the US.
I must maintain a fine balance.
But maybe it's just perspective. I don't trust you, Dr. Cum. Rural juror. Under GG Twitch about the latest patch. Oh, tweet. No. Is it good? Alright, I open Twitter and the first thing I see is Louis CK naked. That's the very first thing. I'm glad I did not open that on stream. What? The comments seem fine. They're not that... Their comments are pretty good, actually. And they're not, I mean, the ones I'm getting are not bad. I don't know, the worst comments are always on, like, you'll go to random posts that have nothing to do with, like, this happened with, like, Bex a lot when she was the CM. She, like, posts something unrelated to PoE, and then the comment section is just fucking brain dead idiots being like, Fix your game. And just like they give like random suggestions just like out of nowhere on something completely unrelated. Oh my god, dude, this thing is... A nice post-one go. Hey, the broken armor effect looks pretty sick. Dude, being like a community manager, or at least a public-facing one, has gotta be one of the worst jobs in the entire world, I think. Because you're definitely making more less, you're definitely making way less money than like a streamer of the equivalent reach you have and how much attention you're gonna get. You're making way less money than them. And then also, you're gonna get a shit ton of hate. Crazy hate. Watch this. Oh my god. You see that? I didn't quality it. Eat my ass. No. It's over. It's over. I didn't quality it. I didn't quality it. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's over. It's so over, dude. The sub streak, I do different color magical beans. What? Why does I don't know what you mean. What magical beans? Oh, you mean the icons? I mean, we could. I do need to add more sub icons. Maybe the next tier up can be beans. What do you mean? 87's fine. My other computer was like a constant 99. My other computer is definitely thermal throttling 24/7. But I mean, it was still fine. It was playable. Up. Yeah, Windows 10 support ends this year. It's the year I go to Linux. When 98 uses internet, uh, you get hacked within like 5 minutes. I like watching those videos.
Arms for the monastery.
Yeah, people are like constantly scanning for PCs that connect to the internet with like XP or whatever, anything free XP or whatever. And boom! You're instantly dead. Your computer explodes. There's fragments of your PC case into your forehead. It's over. Because they have vulnerabilities that aren't fixed because they're not supported anymore. So just instantly get access to your shit. Yeah, the Windows XP aesthetic is far superior than what we have now. This is a how do I have no flasks, dude?
Of course.
The good clip. No, I don't really remember Vista. I remember my mom stole a PC from our work and brought it home with Vista.
Fate is on my side.
This map is pissing me off. Get me out of here. Did I win? I think I win. They scanned Kurt Cobain's brain and uploaded him to the internet.
What is it? Let's try something different.
Is this supposed to do something? I have to like be in a map? I don't get it. How long? Wait. Why doesn't it work? What? Oh. True.
Yes. Let's try something different.
Good call.
I cannot. Yes.
No.
Let's try something different.
I need like a mana flask that gains charges. Meditate before battle. Everybody does that. These are cheap. Not that they'd be more expensive. If you take, rather, if you use the thing that item that essentially gives you Wicked Ward, does that mean you can just hold and meditate? Oh, but it's only recently. It's pretty bad. You're getting too much fiber, Cuglor. Cuglor, too much cabbage. I'm imagining you're like a goat hybrid. No, I could totally see Cuglorf like sleepwalking and just eating a bunch of shit that he shouldn't, like picking up hairballs off the ground and eating them. Maybe you're doing it in your sleep, Cuglorf. Five-year-old mouthwash? I mean, it sounds like it went bad.
Fate is on my side.
Oh my god. I took out. Oh, I deleted the persistence gem, son of a bitch. Fuck it.
I speak.
Let's try meditating before battle. You've already asked the question. I have a genius idea. Check this out.
Let's try something.
Ooh, you see that? Yeah, I'm caught up on solo leveling. I wish it was less dog shit and more good. Well, I should have done a prediction. Now's not the time, name I can't read. Fuck you! What is wrong with people? I'm busy here. What happened? Is it gone? Cheater! Cheater! It removed the outline. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. Aww. Hey, that did not hit me. Wait, I didn't get a thing that was, shit. What do you want me to do, dude? I can't do anything. You bitch. Well, GG.
Go
I
on.
blame him cheating. If only I brought the right life flask in, dude. That was our 10 div. Yeah, melee gets kind of cucked in that fight. Is view only. Good. Uh, yeah, let me fix that. There we go. I didn't see it.
Speak.
Look at the content
Let's try some go on.
list.
Go on.
It shouldn't. It just shows anonymous.
Time to refocus. What is it? Yes. I must meditate.
Oh, I sold my perfect jeweler orb. I mean, I could buy another one, but I should get some graders for my Tempest Bells. And I guess Charge Staff too. And I guess Herald of Ice and Thunder, sure. Damn, that's expensive. Deleted your info in the Excel?
And shatter they shall.
A little bit. If you want more, you can use.
Thanks, Dia. No food, it's just ramen. Knight's getting bullied in the document. I imagine that's what it's like at work too. Ooh. Hourglass pretty good on charge stuff. That's all shit. Should I make a quick video for new players playing PoE 1 from PoE 2? Wait a minute. And dude, I'm getting trolled. Hourglass is breaking it. Wait. What? Bitch.
The dreamer provides.
Oh wait, it makes it shoot every 8 seconds? Holy, no, I think it just had an X on it. I don't think it works. I mean, it let me socket it, but... Yeah, but the rewind on YouTube is like it's too much of a responsibility for people on YouTube. Almost every single day there's multiple people who are like rewinded 5 hours in the past and they get mad that I don't respond to them. Like, I don't think it's a responsibility YouTube can handle. Holy shit, just stuck on bases and walls everywhere. Oh my god. This map shit for Breach. Oh my. Watch, it's gonna be a 10 Breach map. Okay. Should I watch this video while I eat? 1 hour and 19 minutes. Jesus Christ. This game hates you. I'll skip through it, I guess. I've traded everything.
Path of Exile 2. I like Path of Exile 2. I really, really do. The amount of time I have put into this one game since its release
And of course, I have my food ready.
2024 has been astounding. In my time away from the channel for work and life over the past 2 months, this is the only thing I have been playing in my spare time. I
This
just
is
can't
definitely
get
a
enough of it.
double
Path of
speed
Exile
video.
2 is this game that feels unreal to me. It feels like the true next step in a genre that has been trying to recapture the lightning in a bottle that was Diablo 2 for over 20 years. Not only does it build upon everything Path of Exile 1 has done over its last 10 years of existence, it reinvents its
What do you mean? I thought this was going to be a hate video. But what do you mean builds upon? It's almost entirely gone backwards.
self to be something wholly unique to
It's either new features or it's gone backwards.
the genre. It's engaging from start to finish with its absolutely brutal and weighty combat, but also does a lot to make the experience more engaging for players that may have bounced off the original because of its immense depth. It's a mammoth game that stands next to Diablo 4, not only as a competitor in the space, but also as a free alternative with plenty of depth for anyone willing to invest their time and effort into it. However, as I played Path of Exile 2, I came to a realization. Path of Exile 2 is a game split in two. It has the standard act structure one would expect from an ARPG,
Okay.
but then a fully fledged endgame. And these two parts of the game are diametrically opposed. They are
Okay,
uneven.
this could be
One
good.
offers a great engaging progression model with great moments and really fun boss fights.
Which one is that? Which one is that? Because I really don't know which one that is. Which one do you think he's going to say? I bet he says the campaign.
And the other feels like a waste of time. It's actively punishing, anti-fun, and frustrating on a fundamental level. Even though Path of Exile 2 is still in early access, I think there is a lot to discuss here, so I'm going to do just that. I have put over 150 hours into the game and have a lot to talk about. And when I say a lot, I mean it. I will be covering all of the acts currently in the game, the majority of its
least you got
systems,
the
as well as the
endgame,
endgame.
unlike the
So
other
if you like
one.
long-form analysis videos like this, send me a like and subscribe down below if you want to see more videos like this in the future. Just like the game, I'm going to split this video into two parts, the acts and the endgame. We're taking a deep dive, so stay a while and listen while I tackle everything Path of Exile 2 has to offer. The good, the bad, and everything in between. This is Path of Exile 2, a game split in two. beneath his feet, but he narrowly escapes his own hanging and climbs
Wait,
over
I
a
don't
ledge
want to know about the
discussing
lore.
the axe more in depth. As of now, I want to discuss picking your character. It can be very difficult to pick classes in ARPGs because you're going to be playing these guys for tens or even hundreds of hours, and Path of Exile is known for its complexity. So let me break it down a bit to make it easier to understand. There are 3 stat categories in the game: strength, dexterity, and intelligence. And all of these classes focus on either 1 stat or 2 stats as their primary stat to focus on. The warrior focuses on strength, the ranger focuses on dexterity, and the witch you load in. You can do the old reliable click to move, or the option to play with WASD movement and a mouse for targeting, effectively making the game play like a twin-stick shooter. I don't want to exaggerate when I say this, but this is literally the biggest, most important change the game has ever made over the original, and it has knock-on effects in how it plays. With WASD movement, the game isn't really an ARPG like how we traditionally see them. You can still play it the old-fashioned way with click movement and pressing keys for spells, but you are actively putting yourself at a disadvantage by doing this. The transition over to WASD movement offers a greater, more precise element of control to the player that is required in order to play at a higher level. The change over to independent movement takes the game in a more aggressive direction, requiring you to push forward while also maintaining your momentum by dodge rolling through attacks, using your healing and mana flasks, and memorizing enemy attack patterns. Basically, using everything in your toolkit to stay alive and succeed. And you're going to need to do all this because Path of Exile 2 is a game that hates you. You can't treat this like a traditional ARPG. You need to treat it akin to something like Dark Souls. Your input as a player is just as important as the loot you decide to equip. Your positioning, timing, and knowledge of enemy attack windows are all imperative in your survival because your health pool in the game is very low. You need to be seated into the locked-in gamer position while you play, or else you're not going to get very far. But it's one of those things I appreciate most about the game overall. The dodge roll I mentioned earlier is probably the most important new addition to the gameplay formula because of how it ties a bow onto the combat package. Not only is it a great feeling roll, it is also deeply imperative to your survival. I should mention that the dodge isn't just a copy-paste of Diablo 4's.
You
Diablo 4's
got
dodge is
mail.
more of a dash that you can add charges to. This dodge is more of a baseline addition to your kit that is needed to experience the game on a fundamental level. It's great for getting out of trouble, but it can also be used for animation canceling your attacks. Position yourself in a bad spot and need to get out of the way of a heart attack? Just dodge. Can't get the skill out in time before every character in PoE 2 has a very unique playstyle that not everyone jives with. I know quite well that a lot of people do not like playing the warrior, and that a character like the monk plays so much better. But I think this is a testament to the game's fantastic class design, where every character feels completely unique from a gameplay perspective. Warrior is for sure one of the slowest attacking classes in the game, but he hits for a lot of damage as a trade-off. But there is also the mercenary, who plays more like a twin-stick shooter character, which completely blew me away when I tried it. I was not expecting something like this in an ARPG, but
Yeah, but then none of that's tied to the character.
of the skill tree represents 1 or 2 low 4 is, and that's why I love it. I bounced off of PoE 1 countless times because of the stilted gameplay and weird progression, but I fuck with this game big time. There's just something about the leveling process, how meaningful it feels. The moment-to-moment game
I have the opposite. Leveling feels incredibly unmeaningful. You have basically no control over what happens. You're basically sitting there waiting for something good to drop randomly, which might never happen.
play Path of Exile 2 is so engaging because of how impactful your attacks feel and how dangerous enemies are to the player. It's that feeling of hunting down a pack of monsters, tearing them down one by one, then making your way to the next pack while picking through loot is what keeps me going. Let's talk about the act structure of it, starting with Act 1. Act 1 is easily the strongest in the game currently because of the wide variety of content on offer, despite how short it is. As we start making our way through the acts, their lengths get a bit bloated and they tend to drag on a bit, but Act 1 is easily the most refined of all of the ones on offer. It begins in earnest right after your exile leaves the hub and wanders into a snowy lumber camp inhabited by crawling critters and a zone mini-boss. Almost every area in the game has a unique mini-boss that you can only find in that area, which is just absurd. There are how many areas in this game with each of those areas having their own unique boss? Anyway, these mini-bosses usually drop unique items that you can use to level up your character in a certain way. Like they can drop tones that hand you a couple passive skill tree points, consumables that grant your character permanent resistances, and spirit that you can use for passive skills. But we'll dig deeper into skills later. It's always in your best interest to clear these zones of optional objectives because they can offer great benefits to your character, but it also helps that these areas are fun to explore because of their variety in terms of visuals and enemies. Making your way through Act 1, you'll begin to notice that enemies come in all shapes and sizes in Path of Exile 2. And this applies to the entirety of the game. Every zone in the game has a unique set of enemies you will encounter, and very rarely are they reused in other areas. They all behave differently and can alter how you fight in the thick of combat. They have insane telegraphs to let you know when their attacks are coming, and they come for you like you're the last crab rangoon on the buffet line. Like I mentioned earlier, having your targeting be independent from your movement is very important in this game so that you can survive tough encounters, but it keeps the combat engaging from start to finish. The first big roadblock for any new player in Path of Exile 2 is within the first side area you'll find, and that roadblock's name is the Devourer. He's a giant mudworm that deals poison damage and can spawn little dudes to fuck up your day. If you didn't think Path of Exile 2 was hard until now, you'll be changing your tune after this fight. And if you're still using the old
He says as he tanks a slam that you should 100% die from. This Devourer has been nerfed into sadness. Devourer is so easy now.
reliable control scheme, it might be time to change to the new one. The Devourer is no pushover and really puts your fundamentals to the test. You'll need to know how to dodge, heal, find your attack windows, deal with that.
Let me tell you, in the play test I did in LA like a year ago, this Devourer would have filtered pretty much 99% of players. I mean, it is an optional boss, but it was so ridiculous that, like, it was so ridiculous. Like, his spray move, where he spits a bunch of acid, you were anywhere near that, you were dead. Instantly.
And memorize its move pool in order to succeed. This is all in the second area of the game, mind you. Lots of people have died to this creature, but dying in Path of Exile 2 isn't really a big deal. In fact, it's one of the most forgiving death mechanics for a game as difficult as this. When you die in one of the game's zones, you respawn at the nearest checkpoint. All of the enemies respawn, and all the loot that was previously dropped is now gone, so if you didn't pick it up, that's on you. You don't lose any experience, just your placement in the map. There are checkpoints that help you maintain your progress through a map, but it's still up to you to make progress through the map by besting your enemies.
Wait. I'm gonna make a prediction here. Is he's saying dying in the campaign is not punishing even though you lose all the loot in the map. And then I bet he's gonna say losing the loot in an endgame map is too punishing, even though it's like the same thing. Just nothing drops in the campaign. So that's why it's not punishing in the campaign, because nothing drops.
You'll never be in a dead stop on maps like this because as you kill enemies, you are still gaining experience. If a map is too hard and you're dying over and over, you should be finding new loot to pick up and levels to invest to ensure you're in a good spot. It can be frustrating to die over and over in a single area.
Wait. Okay, he's applying this logic to the campaign, but I guarantee you he's not going to apply the same logic in the endgame. In the endgame is the same thing. If you keep dying and losing your shit, you're doing maps that are too hard and you should stop and go to a lower map. We'll see. It's just my prediction.
But I never found this to be an issue until midway through Act 2. The best part about dying in Path of Exile 2 is that armor durability is not a thing. Good guy grinding your game says, we know you'll be dying a lot, so we removed armor durability entirely, which is awesome. With durability gone, you aren't punished for failing repeatedly in a tough area. The only punishment you are given is being shoved back to the last checkpoint you found, which isn't really a punishment at all because you now have more chances to get XP and loot from all of the respawned enemies. But dying and respawning isn't all great. Map sizes in PoE 2 are, well, let's just say they're really big, like massive. And I think there are a couple of reasons as to why they are the way that they are. If we compare map sizes to PoE 1, I'd say they are slightly larger, but getting through maps in 2 feels much worse.
Slightly larger? They're like 4 times the size.
As a result of how slow the character is this time around. With the more grounded and slow approach the game takes to combat, it means that navigating maps and finding new checkpoints can become a real slog. Maps in Act 1 are relatively small, but as you make your way through Act 1 and 2, you'll start to see them get larger and larger for no reason at all. It's not super fun, but I have a feeling this was done as a way to pad out the gameplay to make up for Acts 4 through 6 not being in the game at the moment. It stinks, but I will say that map generation in PoE 2 feels really, really damn good after playing Diablo 4 for hundreds of hours. Every single area of Path of Exile 2 has its own dedicated tile set, meaning that Area 1 is going to look completely different from Area 2, 3, 4, and so on. It's absurd just how many unique assets were generated for Act 1 alone, and then you realize that same design philosophy carries over to Acts 2 and 3 as well. It helps that the game is a real looker. Some really great volumetric lighting, great looking textures, and some very unique looking areas all work in tandem to give the traditional ARPG act structure some much needed pizzazz. And it's not some stupid overworld map despite being an MMO. I swear, I'll never forgive Diablo 4 for going that route, and I'm so glad PoE stepped up and put in the effort to make every area in the game truly unique in its own way, with unique bosses and enemies to fight. It makes your progression as a character tangible as you are constantly fighting new things, and there's no dumb level scaling making you feel like your levels are meaningless. If you enter a lower level area as a higher level character, you are going to feel it. Your attacks will explode lower level mobs.
Yeah, and still you just don't get the decision to really control your level at all. You can't decide to over level if you want to, because it has an insane XP penalty, and there's no good zones to farm.
So the power fantasy is well and truly alive in PoE 2. One of the biggest things that made me bounce off of PoE 1 was the skill gem slot system. It used to be that most large pieces of loot in PoE 1 would spawn with a skill slot of a specific color, and only skill gems of that color could fit in that slot. And if you wanted to add any modifiers to that skill, you would need to make sure that any adjacent slots were linked up to that initial skill. It sucked. I hated it. Literally the worst part of the game. And hey, if you want to tell me I'm wrong with how bad it sucked, go to the comment section and let me know. But now that stupid gem slot system is gone. It's gone. Now skills have their own independent equip menu, and you have a set number of slots for skills for you to use with their own unique modifier lines for you to equip. The only catch is that the skills you equip are determined entirely by the weapon line you are using. Since the warrior uses a mace, he is locked into the mace skill tree, which, like, I'll take this over the terrible color gem system from the first game. This is another massive change the game makes over its predecessor, and for the better in every way. Skills are sectioned off into their own tiers, requiring you to pop skill gems of that corresponding tier level to access them. So some very easy to dodge melee attacks that can push him through the entire arena, and as you wail on him, it's revealed that he can also turn himself into a wolf and fight like that. Weird, yes. Dope as fuck? Also yes. But like any good boss fight, after he hits a set amount of health, he transforms and gets a brand new skill set. This guy transforms back into a wolf, but gets a set of human arms that help him carry his big ass berserk sword, and it's so badass to witness for the first time. Taking our exile matches your primary attributes. For strength, you're going to want to find armor. For dexterity, you'll want evasion, and with intelligence, energy shield is your go-to. As you progress through each act, these armor pools get updated with new items with different visuals and higher level requirements that will serve as the baseline for that act. Once you understand that, looting becomes much more accessible. With each act, you're going to want to immediately switch to the new tier of higher level loot just to be at the new baseline. Got all that? Okay, now let's get to the fun
That's not true.
part. Like any good ARPG, loot will come in different tiers. You have common, magic, and rare loot. Common has no affixes, magic can spawn with 2, and rare
I don't think there's a single time in the campaign where I wasn't using like a piece of gear that was 30 levels lower because I just couldn't get anything better because it just doesn't drop when you have no avenues to actually get it.
can spawn with a maximum of 6 different affixes. So ideally, you're going to want a rare in every slot. But here's the rub. This game doesn't shower you in rare loot like Diablo would. You actually have to play a long time for something of a rare quality to drop, and that's what makes it so valuable. I love this about PoE 2 because it means you are actually playing the loot game for the entirety of your game journey, and it's always a jolt to find that next big piece of gear that you can replace on your character that rolls higher stats and really does wonders
You never get the next piece of gear.
for your character's attributes. The loot pool is not weighted either, so you'll be finding items for every single class that you can put in storage in case you decide to level a new character.
Unless you count the like the default weapons in the vendor every time. That's just a hybrid physical damage.
Now, you might be saying, the game is just dropping a lot of garbage loot, or it's dropping stuff that I need but can't use because it's not the right rarity. Well, here's where the fun part comes in. What really sets PoE apart from its ARPG brothers is its focus on loot crafting. Crafting loot in PoE 2 is both
No way he's praising. This is gonna be a world first crap. Oh my god, no way.
really fun and frustrating. But crafting loot in the axe is not as important as it is in the endgame, so don't worry about it too much. As you play, you will start to find these items called orbs. These orbs come in a couple different flavors, and they can be used to upgrade and alter any piece of loot you find in the game. Find a common that you want to make into a rare, you can do just that. Use an orb of transmutation to make that common into a magic item, giving it 1 affix. Want to add another affix to it? The orb of augmentation is your guy. Pop it, and now you have 2 on that bad boy. But that's your limit on the magic item. You want to make it a rare now? May I introduce you to the regal orb? One use of the regal orb will make that magic into a rare with a 3rd affix. And now you want to cap out the amount of affixes on your new rare? A handful of exalted orbs will do the trick. And boom, you now have a fully fledged piece of loot ready
You should
to
have
use.
added more heads to the cat.
There's just one really small, negligible, tiny problem with it. These are all randomly rolled affixes with randomly rolled stats. Yeah, it's not great, but that's the trade-off we have to make when the game gives you the freedom to upgrade any piece of loot you want. So I'm gonna lick the boot a bit and say that the random selection of affixes is actually a really good thing for the game, and dare I say, essential to how the game is supposed to be. The game is supposed to be hard, and if you had the ability to min-max every single piece of loot that gets added to your inventory, there wouldn't be much challenge at all, would there?
But it's not hard. It just means you have no agency over what you get.
Of course, crafting items isn't the only way to get good loot, as you can pick up stuff along your journey and compare and contrast to see which is better. If you still can't find anything great, you can always just gamba for better stuff at the local hub vendor. Honestly, this is a pretty goated way to get new loot because you can hard focus a specific piece of loot that you want to replace. The only downside is that it can be pretty costly gold-wise, but you can always sell the duds back to the vendor to make back some of that lost currency. Loot affixes are a little basic compared to stuff that you would find in something like Diablo because it doesn't directly affect specific skills.
What? Dude, every affix in Diablo is like vulnerable damage.
Or passives. The passive skill tree and gear are completely separate systems that work independently from each other, but both ultimately affect your character's survivability and damage. The gear is more focused on baseline bonuses, like extra health, attack damage, resistances, status effects, and so on. I think a lot of players might find this a little dull in terms of loot generation, and to be honest, it kind of is if you're used to the stimmy stuff that would generate in Diablo. I appreciate the more simple approach to loot generation because it makes things a bit easier to digest from a player perspective. It doesn't force you into a specific build type the game wants you to play, and is more general to allow you to play how you want. And if you really want to focus on a certain type of affix for your character, there is plenty of loot that drops to help with just that. But it also has the added downside of potentially making you use the same piece of loot for tens of hours because you can't find anything better, no matter how long you play. That one piece of loot could have just the right affixes and high rolls that you survive, so you are encouraged to keep using that singular piece for as long as possible. While I'm on loot, I just need to take a second to talk about uniques, which are uniquely terrible. Uniques in PoE 2 work just like key passives from the skill tree, meaning they have great effects with one large downside. These items do not scale and always spawn with the same affixes that roll within a set parameter. These can be some pretty broken bonuses like flat percentage increases to certain stats, but in most instances the uniques are too specific to fit into any type of build. The trade-off you make by equipping it needs to be accounted for miles in advance on your passive skill tree to have any real benefit, which like is cool, I guess. It just means that you're going to need to focus on having rares with higher stat rolls that aren't possible on uniques. It puts more emphasis on the item crafting system to make what you want. Like I mentioned earlier, Act 2 will kick your butt if you're not prepared for it. You're going to need to start focusing on upping your preferred damage negator in order to survive, so now is the time you need to be getting better loot, and now is also the time where you're going to need to focus on capping out your resistances. Don't sleep on resistances because they can make the difference between life and death. If you
Yeah, too bad there's no way to really cap your resistances in a good way.
don't do that, you're going to get decimated by even a run-of-the-mill mob. For those unfamiliar,
Have fun farming the Witch in Act 1 for 10 hours.
resistances come in 4 flavors: fire, electricity, ice, and chaos. The first 3 are very easy to cap out, but chaos is a different story altogether.
But it's like near impossible to cap your res while leveling. Unless you're actually spending like 80 hours in the campaign farming everything.
Chaos resistance does not share the same properties of the other 3 elements and is therefore a bit more difficult to gain coverage for. It's not an uncommon resistance to roll on loot, but you will find it in lower quantities because you can't add it to a piece of loot through a rune, for example. It can only be added via an affix, and getting it to max can be a chore. You don't necessarily need to cap out your resistances in Act 2, but it is recommended because
You like can't.
every act past Act 1 is going to put a flat negative modifier on your resistances, meaning it's going to take even higher rolls to hit that cap. It's a bit obnoxious to deal with, but again, not terrible until you really hit the endgame. It's a very intentional choice to make the game harder as you progress, but it does kind of force your hand to focus on upping your resistances instead of actually fun affixes like movement speed, crit chance, attack damage, and so on. It's all one big trade-off. Are you going to up your resistances and armor types to survive encounters easily, or are you going to dodge right before every single attack so you don't die and get warped back to the last checkpoint? Act 2 is certainly a bit of a weeding period for players because it takes what Act 1 did really well and kind of makes everything just a little bit worse. Let me put it this way. The number attached to each act is an indicator of how many sittings it will take for you to complete it. Act 1 can easily be busted out in 1 sitting. Awesome, fantastic, love it. Act 2 takes 2 sittings if you're really gaming, and Act 3 is very long, taking upwards of 3 sittings. Act 2 is not only longer than Act 1, but its maps are larger. It has more content that you are required to progress through. It splits its narrative between 3 objectives that you have to complete in any order you wish, and enemies are much more aggressive with annoying movesets that can get frustrating to deal with. For example, in Act 2, we are introduced to these bone necromancers that can infinitely resurrect these titanic skeletons that deal just absurd amounts of damage. It has poison-spitting bird creatures that can absolutely wreck your day if you don't have chaos resistance, and the bosses of Act 2 will really put you through your paces if you're not careful. The kid gloves come off here, so you best be prepared in terms of loot, resistances, new skills, and the right passives to help you thrive in this punishing desert. Speaking of bosses in Act 2, I have a bone to pick with one boss in particular that is probably the worst one in the game for a couple different reasons. The boss in question is this hulking behemoth, Exalmarath, the Colossus. PoE 2 only has a handful of oversized bosses that hang off the side of the arena, but this one is easily the worst one. To start, his hitboxes make no sense. Only his arms are truly able to sustain damage, but it's never really clear if you're hitting them or not. The hitbox for the arms is inconsistent at best and non-functional at worst because some of his attacks
Well, no, they made it so you can't damage the arm now.
make him not able to be hit at all. If the boss is there, I should be able to hit literally any part of it to deal damage. His torso is right there. Why am I only able to attack his arms consistently? His arena is very small and very janky. At half health, he destroys the bottom right side of the arena, but it doesn't work very well, and your character can just fly to the bottom of the map and just chill there, but still take damage from the boss. It's just a visual glitch glitch, but it's very
Wait, I've never noticed the arena break.
annoying when you're trying to lock in and fight this inconsistent mess of a boss. And then there's the health pool because he has an absurd amount of armor, which only extends the length of an already
This is
annoying fight. And to top
gameplay,
everything off,
dude.
he comes built in with what I think are a handful of one-hit kill moves, even on the lower difficulty. Not because the attack does a lot of damage per se, but because of how the attacks work in tandem with the arena. He has this one attack where he sweeps his dagger to the end of the arena and then he retracts it to his torso. If you get caught in between the dagger and his elbow and torso, you get murked instantly, even at full health. I want to say this is the game thinking there's no route of escape and it kills you instantly, or your character is bouncing off all of these objects at such short speed and it makes you take damage from the dagger several times in a row at quick succession, absolutely obliterating your life pool. It could be right, it could be cope, I don't know. All I do know is that I do not like this fight.
Holy
Jane from every
shit,
single
he
boss in the
has
game
no
must have gone to
damage.
this one dude because I've never had any issues with boss attacks or patterns like I did with this one. It's inconsistent, it's jank, and it's not fun to fight. I have no issues with any other bosses in the game. Every other boss has consistent and readable attack patterns and plenty of hitbox you need to pound the fucking body, so why not this one? Rant over. And as if Act 2 wasn't tough enough, it also introduces a brand new progression system that is essential to your success in the game. And attached to that progression system is this thing called the Trial of Secamus. The Trial of Secamus is an honest to god pain in the ass that will make you want to tear out your pubes in frustration, but the end reward is absolutely necessary if you want to play the game for a long time. You get access to the trial very early on in Act 2, but let's be honest, you probably won't be able to tackle it properly until you're about 10 levels past the level it says you need to be. Basically, the Trial of Secamus is a randomly generated series of rooms that caps out in a boss fight. The trial has one unique parameter. You are given an honor meter that matches your current health and energy
I don't know, that's skill issue, dude.
shield pool, and every point of damage that would have been deducted from your health or energy shield is also reduced from your honor meter. When that honor meter is reduced to 0, you lose and have to restart the trial from the very beginning. So if you don't have a lot of health or energy shield, you have to play extremely carefully. Any hit could easily spell your death. You choose your path through the rooms, much like you would a roguelike, with each room offering a reward of some kind. It could be water that you
The
can use to
first
currency purchase
trial's
items that
super
restore honor, give
easy.
you boons.
I think all of the trials are super easy now since they nerfed it. I think they nerfed it way too hard. The only downside is you can get, if you get really, really, really unlucky, you get fucked by the debuffs. But the first and second one, you can infinitely reset anyways.
Or remove debuffs
Reset till you don't get a terrible debuff.
from your character. Each room has the potential to contain a debuff that you carry with you for the rest of the run, so you have to balance your water, your remaining honor, and your chosen path in order to succeed, which is why I suggest coming in at a later moment so that you have more health, meaning you have a higher opportunity to make mistakes. Higher level means more health and damage, allowing you to crush these lower level trials without any problem. But what really sucks is if you play it in co-op. Anyone who gets hit in the trial has that amount of damage reduced from everyone's honor. So if one player sucks at dodging and gets hit all the time, the other players suffer as a result. The loot at the end of the trial isn't even that good either. In fact, I venture to say that it just sucks, but you're not really playing through the trial to get loot. Oh no, you're playing this trial to get something called Ascendancy points. See, Ascendancy is a completely separate leveling tree from your passive skill tree. Every character gets to choose between 2 different Ascendancies, focusing on 2 unique playstyles. For example, the Warrior gets the choice between the Titan Ascendancy and the Warbringer Ascendancy. The Titan focuses simply on getting as much strength, life, and armor as possible. It wants you to play as an unstoppable force and an immovable object at the same time. The Warbringer Ascendancy wants you to play with totems and war cries, letting you primarily at melee range. What is that used for? Well, Spirit is used specifically for a type of skill called an aura. If you are familiar with PoE 1, you'll know what an aura is. An aura is a special type of skill that works passively for your character, but this time around, you are required to use a chunk of your available spirit. There are only a few ways to get permanent spirit in the game, allowing you to cap out at 100 by the time you hit endgame. Each aura you have on requires a minimum of 30 spirit, and any support gems you have attached to these auras will increase the spirit cost required. So that could go down to 2 auras or even 1 super juiced out aura. As we near the end of Act 2, it might sound like I've been a little harsher on the game, and that's a fair assessment. Act 2 is the one thing in the game that really puts the player through their paces. It teaches them that they need to nut up and play the game by its rules or peace out. To me, Act 2 is the game's way of telling the player that things are only going to get harder from here, so you need to make sure you understand their systems on a fundamental level before proceeding, even if it means you are frustrated by them. If you're not okay with how the game handles death or loot generation or the combat loop, this is your chance to bounce. And I can see why people do just that at this point. Act 2 is a little worse than Act 1. It's much harsher. It's unforgiving. But for me, it made me enjoy the game even more. By the end of Act 2, I was more invested than I was previously because I was finally understand how to effectively use my build and balance my affixes that I was given. I had all of my inventory slots filled. Every level I gained got me closer and closer to feeling like my build was coming together. It was a challenge, sure, but I thoroughly enjoyed it despite the frustrations with map size and the Trial of Secamus. Act 2 has a lot of really great surprises and boss fights, except that stupid Colossus fight. That after some time made me appreciate what it did teach me as a player. With Act 2 done and wrapped, now we move on to Act 3. Act 3 serves as a very natural extension of Act 2. If you were having a hard time in Act 2, you're probably gonna have a hard time in Act 3. And if you had an easy time by the end of Act 2, well, it's gonna feel just as easy in Act 3. We return to a much more linear progression model that Act 1 had, which feels great after the Act 2 shakeup. We've got a new set of items to find and equip, a whole new selection of monsters to kill, and more levels to gain. Act 3 is for sure more of the same, and yet it's somehow even longer than Act 1 and 2. Maps in Act 3 are just, they're too damn big, man. Now it's just getting ridiculous. The area right after the new hub is probably the most egregious example. No map in an ARPG where you move this slow should be this huge. Now it's just getting obnoxious and for no good reason other
Infested Barrens is like,
than to pad the game time. Other than that, Act 3 plays it
I don't know. These infested barrens and jungle ruins, the portals are like in the same spot every time.
very safe in terms of progression. You're still going to level at a decent clip. You're going to fight a lot of really cool bosses. You're going to do a wee bit of time traveling as part of the narrative. And you'll have noticed that I haven't really talked about the narrative at all so far. And like, it's an RPG. That's not to say that it's bad or anything, but it's nothing to write home about. Seeing as how the game only has 3 of 6 acts currently in it, I also don't want to give up my impressions on what is an incomplete story. It does do a good enough job leading you from location to location, but it's no Shakespeare. But it doesn't need to be. Bosses have anime villain-ass dialogue, and it's fun enough. That's all I'll really say. The game still keeps up the incredible content cadence even to this point, which
I mean, it even indicates where you're going. If you just look at the ground, like, it indicates, like, when it turns swampy, you're by the swamp map. When it turns to the other shit, you're by the other shit map.
each act its own distinct flair. With Act 1, we're in a small countryside moving from shore to castle. Act 2 sees the player traverse the desert waste, seeing everything it has to offer, from mine shafts to abandoned temples, enormous towers, boneyards, and even an opposing caravan, which has to be one of the coolest zones in the game by far, even though it doesn't make a lick of sense logistically. Act 3 sees the desert come to an end as we arrive in the humid jungle, complete with ancient ziggurats filled with technology beyond our understanding. Very Mayan-inspired, but it still has a vibe all of its own as you fight off nature that is slowly taking control of the old inhabitants. Like, the twin snakes controlling the corpse has to be one of the most sick designs for an enemy in an ARPG I have ever seen. It's simple but effective visual storytelling, which is something the game really thrives at. If you made it to Act 3, it's fair to say that you know what to expect from the game at this point. Combat is still going to be slow but meaningful, and your own combat sandbox has been expanded pretty significantly.
How does he say something about infested barons, but not the
more
Azak
skills to experiment and
Bog?
play with, letting you see how they work with existing skills, and even more support skills that are at your disposal as well. You will streamlined with Act 3. I don't have a whole lot to say about Act 3 other than its absurd length. Everything about it is pretty par for the course when it comes to PoE 2, meaning that I think it's really good. It's engaging, it has a lot of content to progress through,
No,
it's recently
PoE,
put me through the ringer, and overall,
the Act 3 is by
had a
far
great
the
time
worst.
into zones they didn't initially appear in, both increasing mob density and putting your resistances to the test. Cruel difficulty is exactly what it says on the tin.
The
I've
worst
been through the ringer
boss
before.
fights,
You can
the
surely do it
worst
again. There is an official
zones.
release date for Acts 4 through 6, but if they're anything like the first 3 acts, I have a feeling the game will be very enjoyable up until the level 65 mark. Full of friction points that people will dislike and bounce off of, but that is perfectly natural. A game this slow and difficult with loot that is comparatively dull won't be for everyone, but for someone like me, this hits all of the right notes. This feels like the successor Diablo 2 is needed for a long, long time. It takes what Diablo 2 does is the endgame, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is where things get a bit complicated for PoE 2. Upon landing in a ziggurat refuge, the world you once knew has been destroyed. Yeah, some shit happened and everything's fucked, but whatever. We still have a game to play. We are introduced to a handful of new systems that will be our bread and butter going forward, starting with the World Atlas. Since the world got destroyed and reassembled, all of the prior regions we played through are now being used as resources for a brand new progression system on this huge, infinitely generating map. This map is then randomly assorted with these nodes that you can access via a new resource exclusive to the endgame called Waystones. These Waystones are a one-time consumable that is used to activate the nodes on the Atlas and can be upped to a rare quality just like any piece of loot, increasing the drop rate for more Waystones at the cost of the map it generates being even more difficult. Waystones drop at tiers 1 to 15, with each tier containing enemies that are one level higher than the one prior. So when you start the endgame at level 65, Waystone tier 1 is going to be level 65, and Waystone 15 caps out at level 80. It's a pretty streamlined process that makes it pretty simple to understand. I think the concept of the Waystone and how you upgrade it is an interesting way to handle endgame progression. The Waystones make a very tangible and easy to understand progression system, with the endgame quest stating that you need to complete 10 maps of each tier up to a certain point.
Boy, dude, if this is how he played the endgame, I can see why he doesn't like it.
In order to progress. Upon completion of the 10th map of the tier, you are given a new tome containing 2 level points. But wait, hang on. These don't go in the skill tree.
rough.
What gives? Well, here's the deal. Endgame actually gives you a skill tree specifically for the Atlas map. Each point you invest into this Atlas skill tree influences things like mob density, waystone drop rates, item rarity, item quantity, and so on. All really good stuff for an endgame. You've made it this far, so now you should be able to crush lots of dudes at more efficient speeds, getting more waystones to progress through the Atlas tree, and find these things called citadels that you need to unlock the pinnacle boss that lies within the burning monolith. Your goal is to open that monolith. To simplify it as much as possible, endgame goes like this. Clear map nodes to find citadels. Complete a citadel to get the keys that the bosses within them drop. Use those keys to open the burning monolith. Fight the monolith boss. Done. But that's not all. Nodes on the map all randomly generate with these things called league events that can generate unique materials to unlock even more difficult endgame bosses to fight. The amount of content in the endgame is staggering, but a lot of it has been imported from
No, it's not.
Path of Exile 1 with a few minor changes. This all sounds pretty good, right? I know I thought so when I decided to lock in and grind out the endgame with my warrior. I thought my build was pretty good. I had an insane weapon that could crush every enemy with one hit, and my bossing capabilities were premium. My resistances were almost capped out at 75. I was set. This was going to be an easy extra few hours on top of the acts I just wrapped up. But god, how wrong I was. Before I proceed to deep dive into the endgame, let me begin by saying that Path of Exile 2 is not a simple game. It's a complex arrangement of a near infinite amount of variables to choose from in terms of your choice of character, your skill. I just play to have fun, and from my experience with PoE 2's endgame, this has to be one of the most unfun, severely broken, awful endgame experiences I have ever played. It came as a really big shock to me, honestly. I really, really liked Path of Exile 2 up to this point. So what gives? It all stems from the god-awful Waystone system. Remember how I said that the Waystones are
Do you think he's gonna say that he couldn't get up the Waystones?
for one-time use? That's half of the problem right there. When you activate a Waystone on the Atlas and the portal spawns, then it's go time. You need to enter that portal, you have to kill every elite monster on that map in order to clear that node and make progress on the Atlas. What the game doesn't tell you is that when you die on a map, you can't go back in. No revives, no second tries, that Waystone is just gone to the Aether now.
Aha, it is gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again where he says this is a good thing in campaign, but not in maps.
And let's not forget the icing on the shit cake that is when you die on the map, you lose 10% of your XP bar. No, not 10% of your total XP, your entire XP bar. And if you decide to play endgame in co-op, if any group member dies within a map, they can't be revived. It's one and done, meaning that the whole co-op system you've played with up until this point no longer exists. So what happens when you hit a bad roadblock in terms of maps dying and losing XP is you get stuck in a gameplay loop that ruins your sanity. You can't progress your quest.
No, it's called you're playing something that your build can't do yet. Your build is not good enough. How did you have the idea that in a campaign, if you keep dying in a zone, you go back to easier zones? But that doesn't apply to endgame? Why?
Line because you ran out of maps of the tier you needed. You can't get stronger by leveling up because every time you die on more difficult maps, you lose 10% of your XP bar. And since you're forced to do lower level maps because that's all you have left, you have to fight more and more enemies in order to get XP because they give diminishing returns. Everything about the system is designed to truly waste your time, which baffles me.
No, it's too fast, actually.
Because nothing about the game was like this up to this point. The game was still difficult, but not needlessly so. Let me reframe it like this. You're playing through Act 2 and you reach the Bone Pits, but suddenly an elite mob walks up to you and one-shots you because you didn't have enough defense or elemental resistance, or maybe just had an insane amount of buffs. You now can't re-enter the Bone Pits and have to find a map in order to enter it again. You lose 10% of your XP, you need to hit the next level, so now you are forced to grind the lower level area in order to both find a map to get back in and to get back all that XP you lost. To add insult to
Wait.
Right. The game was still difficult, but not needlessly so. Let me reframe it like this. You're playing through Act 2 and you reach the Bone Pits. But suddenly, an elite mob walks up to you and one-shots you because you didn't have enough defense or elemental resistance, or maybe it just had an insane amount of buffs. You now can't re-enter the Bone Pits and have to find a map in order to...
No. You can re-enter the bone pits, you just put a different map in.
enter it again. You lose 10% of your XP you needed to hit the next level, so now you are forced to grind the lower level area in order to both find a map to get back in and to get back all that XP you lost. To add insult to injury, how the game generates waste stones is very odd. Waste stones inherently have a very, very low drop rate.
Oh my god. This is like post all the waste stone buffs, by the way.
The only way to up the drop rate of waste stones is to either invest points into the Atlas skill tree or to upgrade the rarity of the waste stones you use. But more often than not, these waste stones very rarely generate tiers above the current level you use to enter. If I enter a map with a tier 5 waste stone, I'm barely getting any tier 6 waste stones, only 5 and below. So not only is my progress getting cockblocked by insanely mean death mechanics, but also a bully of an RNG system on top of it. See how annoying and obnoxious this is? Why is this just now a thing? What purpose does it serve?
It's a skill issue. How do you understand skill issue in the campaign, but skill issue in the end game is off limits? Like, what is the difference between having it? Like, why is having a skill issue in the campaign a good thing, but having a skill issue in the end game is a bad thing?
Conducted by Gazzy TV and Darth Microtransactions with two lead developers over at Grinding Your Games, they discussed just that. Here's what one of them had to say.
To me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of...
Like, it's not like he's talking about super juiced endgame maps, too. It's not like he's complaining about losing all of his league mechanics that he juiced up with towers or anything. He's talking about, like, white tier 5 maps.
Failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing... Like, it really just does, to me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole, like, one death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that, like, it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be as far
Okay. That is literally what the guy in the video said. Let's see if he understands it now.
as, like, you know, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve.
Exactly.
But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure.
Right now, there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also, it's kind of like an add insult to injury.
Why should you go anywhere? If you can't do a tier 5 map, why should you be going to tier 6 maps?
You're also now just not leveling. So
But you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together.
To sum it up, they think the one death mechanic is very much a necessity for endgame progression. They want your progress in endgame to mean something. You shouldn't be tackling content outside of your wheelhouse too easily, but they do also bring up the fact that you can be caught in a death spiral of progress that leads you into a dead end that requires an absurd amount of grinding to get out of.
That was pre-Waystone buff patch, by the way, to that interview.
I am glad that they understand that it's an issue because it has affected me on more than one occasion as I played through with my warrior. This death spiral happened to me about 3 times total as I was playing through the endgame. Once at tier 3, once at tier 7, and once at tier 10.
Dude, you can't death spiral at tier 3. You get free tier 5s from the vendor.
Would hit these tiers and instantly start slamming my face into a wall with 0 progress.
Dude, you're not ready for the tier. Why do you understand this in the campaign, but in the end game you don't understand it? You're not ready for this content. Your character isn't good enough.
Being made.
Why do you understand that in the campaign but not the end game?
Sucks. It's unfun. So here's hoping they can rectify this issue with the 1.0 release. Piggybacking off the Atlas and map generation, one of the big goals during Endgame is to find these things called citadels. Like I mentioned earlier, citadels are crucial to your progression in Endgame because they drop these keys that give you access to the boss of the Burning Monolith. They took some time to find, and initially they didn't have anything to help you find them at all. With one of the first major patches added to the game, they would now shoot a beam of light up into the sky to notate their location. Citadels have the same rules as a regular map, but they can only be accessed by tier 15 waystones. Die once, it's over. But you know what's even funnier? On top of losing your very valuable tier 15 waystone and 10% of your XP, the Citadel cannot be re-accessed and moved somewhere else if you die. Damn, bro, sorry. Looks like you're just gonna have to spend another 3 hours finding one. That is, if your map generation
Right, you're not ready for it. You're not ready for it. You can't do it yet.
even works like it's supposed to. See, I spent a long time looking for these citadels, but never could because the patch that was supposed to make the beam of light appear at the citadels only worked on one of them for me. I'm convinced the other two don't even fucking exist because there was no beam of
You're going too far out. It's not like you can just scroll infinitely in the fog and find the beams of light. You have to still be semi-close to them.
light pointing me in the
I mean, maybe it was bugged.
right direction. I was playing with no direction or guidance, just
Dude, you just go in one direction. You just go one direction.
doing maps, getting frustrated by the roadblocks, and not doing what the game wants me to do. Womp womp for me. Time to grind another 50 hours to go find these citadels that may or may not exist. I suppose I can get a bit more in-depth with loot in the endgame at this point. As we enter the endgame, we have a greater understanding of how loot works in general, how leveling works, and how both of these systems work in tandem. Loot in the endgame surprisingly works the same way as it did before, despite every other gameplay system taking a turn for the worst. They are still generated at set tiers, usually in intervals of 5, so gear will generate at level 65, 70, 75, etc. Your elemental resistances are also brought down a flat amount, so you're going to need to find new pieces of loot with higher resistances or loot that can cover more than one elemental resistance at once. And that has this knock-on effect of you having less coverage in other vital areas. When you have to worry about covering your elemental resistances, you are losing out on potential modifiers for damage, defense.
Nope, damage does not compete with your resistances. Damage is on a prefix.
Health, attack speed, movement, crit chance, you get the point. To counteract this new need for more defense and resistances, loot generation in endgame is turned up to 11 so you can find what you need, but most of it is garbage. Another thing we need to consider in the endgame is the economy. The economy is what sets PoE apart from
He's surely gonna say that it's super cheap to buy really good gear for new players, and you can get a full set of gear that takes you to tier 15 and like with basically like 10 exalts or so, right? He's gonna say that.
every other ARPG because trading and interactions between players are handled primarily through the economy. Things like exalted orbs, mirrors, and divine orbs are used as the baseline for trading. And for good reason. These are very, very difficult things to come across, so they're incredibly valuable. They wouldn't be nearly as valuable if they were so common, so usually when something goes up for trade on the market, it will go on sale for one divine orb, for instance. But
He was getting baited by the trade. I think he was getting traded. I think he got baited by the trade site being fucked up, which isn't his fault, but.
if you're like me, you won't engage with the market at all. It's just
Oh, okay. He didn't do any trading.
it's not for me. I have no interest in interacting with other players when I play PoE 2, but if you want to make the game easier for yourself, you can do that. My problem with the economy doesn't stem from trading or interacting with other players, but instead the amount of needless slop that just gets added to your inventory as you play. Since the drop rate
Wait, what is that? What?
You
for
got
loot has been
mail.
turned up, so too is the drop rate for garbage currencies like Scrolls of Wisdom, Orbs of
He doesn't know what a filter is. Thanks for the Prime River. He doesn't know about filters.
Transmutation and Orbs of Augmentation. Yes, these can still be used as a currency, but their exchange rate is abysmal by comparison. You're better off
Which, I mean, if he's console, they didn't have filters for like a month, so maybe that's what's going on here.
leaving them on the ground to rot instead of picking them up and actually using them. It's just inventory clutter, which is not something I need as a player who's already
Have you tried not picking up all the trash off the ground?
sorting through even more garbage than usual. That's not to say that these lower level currencies are bad, these still play a vital role
It's like you walk around outside downtown like Los Angeles. Are you picking up all the trash and putting it in your pockets? No, you don't pick up the trash.
in rolling new attributes on loot and waystones in order to make your progression smoother, but the problem with how these currencies that roll modifiers work is that everything they add is random, unless you're working with essences, which do hard focus a specific affix, but those are very rare to find unless you invest points into generating them on your Atlas skill tree. When everything on your item is random, from the affixes you get to the numbers they roll, you are actively fighting against a system that wants you to gamble in order to make any substantial progress. And let's not forget the biggest gambling item in the game, the Val Orb. The Val Orb is the highest form of gambling in the game. This thing has the ability to literally make or break any item in the game. For those unfamiliar, the Val Orb has the ability to add modifiers to an existing piece of loot, give an item an extra rune socket, or it could just not do anything at all. But here's the rub. It can absolutely brick an item as well by reducing its stats or even removing one altogether. Every time you roll a Val Orb, it can either make a piece of loot substantially better, have nothing change, or make it absolutely worse. And once you roll a Val Orb on an item, no more changes can be made to it. It's one and done, baby. I'm not going to say that this is a bad system inherently because of the gambling, because there is no real world financial investment in doing so, but when your progress in the game is literally tied to several hundred rolls of the dice at any given moment, it's hard to have a positive outlook on the system. This is the one thing I liked about Diablo 4's new loot generation system with the ancestral items. You knew when you got a god tier item because when it rolled an ancestral,
He doesn't even play Diablo 4. What did he play it for one day on release or something?
at least one of the affixes on that piece of loot would always have a max roll. You can tell just from a glance whether something was valuable or not. Whereas in PoE 2, it's more like day trading. You're gonna have good days and bad days as you balance your stat sheet with every new piece of loot you find. You can invest in a decent piece of gear you find, but one bad roll can make the difference between equipping it and trashing it. Again, not bad inherently, and there is a rush to it, but it's not a great system if you want to make solid progress on your own as a solo player.
I'm like, you know, this video is an hour long, so I don't really remember, but I'm like 90% sure he said this is a good thing in campaign. I'm like 90% sure he said this is a good thing, or at minute 7 in the video.
And don't want to trade around for better items that other people find. One thing that popped up to me in the endgame is how bad inventory management would be for a free player. Not only do they have to organize and parse everything that drops while doing content, if they want to save anything like currency or any items, they will only have one stash tab to work with. I think it's very doable for a free player to do so, but the game does everything in its power to make inventory management a monumental pain in the ass. You are unable to auto-sort stash tabs or even your own inventory, so everything has to be manually maneuvered around by hand. Let me just say, all of this is by design. Grinding Gear Games did all of this on purpose to incentivize a player to buy the unique stash tabs they have for sale. Now, I am not opposed to these stash tabs, mind you. I think if you're going to put over 100 hours into a game, 1 or 2 stash tabs with unique sorting properties is going to save you a lot of time and hassle. But the lack of access as a free player is meant to waste as much of your time as possible and to make the already tedious process of inventory management even more difficult. Thankfully, when you buy an early access key to PoE 2, the developers are nice enough to give you enough currency to put down onto a few different stash tabs, and they have sales for these tabs every few months. So you can always get them for cheaper than their initial asking price. It still kind of just rubs me the wrong way how the game is designed with bad inventory management as a fundamental part of its gameplay design. It makes a third of your time playing the game needlessly worse than it needs to be. It's 2025, guys. Give us a sort button for Christ's sake. You're going to get drowned with much more loot at this point, with most of it being absolute dog water. And when you're gambling for better loot and respecing to make your character more efficient, you're going to be running out of gold much faster. All of this is to say that you're going to be teleporting back to the refuge, dumping your inventory for cash, or disenchanting it.
He doesn't know about hideouts. Wait, how did he get to citadels, but he doesn't know about hideouts? Something is weird here.
For currencies much more often than you were before, and you have to do this because of how difficult the game is now. You're going to be fighting for your life in the endgame because of mob density is turned up to 11, needing more fights, more elemental attacks, more health, more elites. You're going to need better loot if you want to survive here, because we both know what horrors await when we die. With this much loot being generated, you're teleporting back and forth more often, leading to so much more wasted time that you could be using to plow through maps. And trust me when I say that map sizes before were nothing compared to how large maps are generated this time around. You thought Act 3 maps are bad? Oh honey, do I have news for you. Not only are maps even larger in endgame, but are scattered with elites that you have to kill in order to clear it. I
don't think they're particularly larger. They're literally, the maps are taking layouts from the campaign.
Be walking from one end of the map to kill an elite.
Like this is literally a campaign zone he's in right now. It just looks different.
Only for the game to say, oh, actually, you forgot one all the way up there that you have to kill. Sorry, bro, I don't make the rules. Yes, you fucking do, bro. Why is the map this big? Why are there so many elites that I have to kill in order to progress? It's just getting ridiculous at this point. If you weren't convinced PoE 2's endgame was just wasting your time, I hope this fact at least moves the needle a little bit. It's not enjoyable to trudge through this much empty space just so I can clear a map. What's even better is that if the last elite just decides to one-shot me, because that can happen, all that...
Nope, it can't if your character's not bad, but I can tell by the gameplay that your build is not good, and it's a skill issue.
Time I had spent on that map is now wasted, because remember, death...
Rares? I think rares in this game are actually like really weak. They're really weak. Rares are too weak.
This is supposed to mean something. Guys, trust me, it's the give it.
Pretty much everything in maps is too weak.
Sense of accomplishment. Whatever, man. I'm not super convinced. I wouldn't be so aggravated by elites one-shotting me if the warrior wasn't so terrible to play at endgame. Upon making it to endgame...
Nope, it's just, you just didn't make a good build.
As a warrior, I couldn't help but notice all of his
It's
shortcomings.
not warrior, it's your build.
Compared to every other class in the game. He's slow. really slow. His
Nope, you just chose the slow skills to use and didn't scale any speed.
attacks are incredibly clunky by comparison. He has to fight in melee range to even hold a candle next to other characters, which makes him susceptible to high amounts of damage. While I really dig his kit, it just feels really bad because there are only really a handful of viable skills at higher levels. You basically need Bone Shatter to do AoE clear, so what I would do is leap into a pack of enemies to wear down their stagger bar, pop Bone Shatter, then repeat the process. My one true love Rolling Slam has to sit on the sidelines because it's too slow and leaves me too open to taking damage from larger groups. It sucks. What sucks even more is that I've put well over 100 hours into this one character. I'm sunk cost fallacied into playing him now because why would I give up on a character I've put
You don't have to give up, just respec him into a good build.
this much time and effort into? Sure, I would love to put time and effort into a ranger or a witch, but I'm already
Luckily for you, that's how this game works. You can play a ranged class on Titan just fine.
this deep into the warrior. I want to keep playing the warrior, but it feels like
Well, keep playing the warrior. Just switch your weapon if you don't like that weapon.
the game is doing everything in its power to make me quit without actually saying outright to just do it. The combat in Endgame feels substantially different than how it did before in the Axe. Without the very careful curation of the gameplay experience through the Axe and through the set-piece bosses, combat ends up feeling worse. When enemies hit harder and there are more of them, it's not the careful dance of dodging, attacking, and healing that it used to be. Now it's about getting in, exploding everything, and getting out as fast as you possibly can. Combat isn't supposed to be a slow, curated experience in the Endgame. Now it is fast, frenetic, and frustrating. The slow, meaningful progression I got from the Axe is gone, which is what made
There's no meaningful progression.
me fall in love with the game to begin with. Maybe it would be different if I played another class, and maybe my experience with the warrior would have been better if I played with a guide or something similar. But why would I want to do that? I want to play the game on my
Well, clearly you do want to do that because you're getting frustrated with your bad build.
own terms and make my own build. I just want to play to have fun and free
So just play and make your own build. That's not bad.
ball it. Why would I let a guide tell me how to play the game just so I can make progress? I wanted to play a warrior because big stick do big damage.
Well,
It's
you
that
don't need a
simple.
guide to
and
make
I got that
progress.
big damage in spades at the earlier levels, and I enjoyed it a lot. But in Endgame, it just feels like a completely different story. I was not having fun with warrior because of the constant roadblocks I was hitting through my journey. I was constantly in a gridlock
Because you need a guide and you didn't know how to build your character.
in terms of progress, and because of how slow the warrior plays comparatively to other classes,
No, how slow the skill you specifically chose and your gear plays.
the length of said gridlock was just exasperated to unreasonable levels. Listen, I get it. He's supposed to be slow. He's supposed to hit hard. He's supposed to have a lot of health. Sure, I'll build him how you want me to, I suppose. But where
No, you didn't.
I draw the line is how terrible his primary defense measure is in the game. See, the warrior is ideally supposed to spec purely into armor as his
Wow, where does that say that? There's no indicator of that.
primary defense measure, which makes sense because
This isn't Diablo. You can do anything you want on that character, dude.
strength and armor go hand in hand. Slight problem there, buddy. Armor doesn't work like it says it does. Now, why is that? Well, let's say I have a flat 76% damage reduction with armor. Sounds fine and dandy, but it's not quite that simple. Here's a graph on PoE 1's armor calculation chart. How it works is when an enemy hits you, its damage is calculated on the fly against your armor. If your armor is higher than their attack value, it will mitigate it by a set percentage. If I have 1,000 armor and an enemy hits me for
I think it actually works exactly how it says it works. Exact damage reduction depends on the damage dealt. Yep, that's how it works.
20 damage, I'm going to reduce that incoming damage by 90%. Not too shabby. However, that's not quite how things work in PoE 2 because number values are squished pretty severely. So in reality, the chart is going to look more like this. If an enemy hits me for 5,000 damage and I have 20,000 armor, I'm only blocking 44% of that hit. Enemy hits me 2 because number values are squished pretty severely. So in reality, the chart is going to look more like this. If an enemy hits me for 5,000 damage and I have 20,000 armor, I'm only the chart is going to look
He just
more
zoomed in? I
like
don't
this.
get it.
If an enemy
Okay, I don't think that's doing what he wanted it to do. Those are the same numbers.
hits me for 5,000 damage and I have 20,000 armor, I'm only blocking 44% of that hit. So there goes more than half of my health, which is funnily another problem with the armor equation. Your health pool in PoE 2 is much smaller than it is in PoE 1. Health in PoE 2 is like finding gold. It comes in very small quantities and only a few nodes on the passive skill tree give any meaningful upgrades to it.
Oh my god. So many armor nodes clicked.
And even then, they are only percentage upgrades like 3%. 3% of 1000 is only 30 health, which is so fucking funny. PoE 2 must think he's a fucking comedian because it's even funnier that classes that use energy shields just have items and skills that increase their energy shield by a set percentage. If you have a single item with a large amount of energy shield and find a lot of gear that can increase your energy shield by a set percentage, like, I don't know, let's just say 38%, you know, just for fun. You are in essence getting 6,000 or more life without it actually being called life, without
Well, why don't you just go energy shield then?
actually having to invest in any skill point.
I mean, listen, I agree. Listen, I agree. Armor and life are shit. But if you know armor and life are shit, why do you path through every single armor and life node you see? Well, not so much life nodes. That's not really a thing. But you know armor's bad. Why do you path through armor?
Sure, it doesn't have any damage reduction, but why worry about damage reduction when you can just face roll everything because your health pool auto-regenerates on its own?
Now let me be clear. Playing as a warrior, there are no ways to get a locally added percentage of life like you can with Energy Shield. If I
And you can also roll it on gear.
roll an item with a bad amount of energy shields, but then roll a high percentage modifier that can increase it by 133%, for example, it can instantly save that item from mediocrity. The only way to get an increase to health on an item is to either roll a flat health amount or a global increase to health via an amulet, which, might I add, is a very, very low chance of actually happening.
So it makes
Soul cores.
me ask, why am I, the class that is supposed to have the most health and strength in the game, get beaten down by an enemy 8 levels lower than me because I can barely get past 3k health? It's
Because you have a fundamental misunderstanding of the game.
just absurd. Either armor works or it doesn't.
It doesn't, and you chose all the armor nodes.
You either wipe a map easily or the map wipes you. There is rarely any in between. I don't remember if I recorded this or not, but at one
Yes, if you make the map really hard, it's going to be really hard.
point, I started a delirium run encounter, and the first enemy that spawned one-shot me. I had just started the map, I didn't see the guy, he spawned, killed me, and there was nothing I could do about it. Really cool, really dope.
Your character's bad.
Let's roll another. But after hitting the quest for tier 14 maps and failing the first citadel I stumbled upon,
Oh my god, he's running, he's, like, I'm looking at this and I instantly noticed the maps he's grabbing are the ones with map mods I never run because they're so
let's roll
incredibly
another.
dangerous.
But after hitting the quest for tier 14 maps and
Watch
failing
this.
the first citadel I
Boom, less
stumbled
recovery.
upon,
Boom, he takes an Ellie pen.
after looking for over 30 hours for a single one, I had a conversation with myself.
Takes the other
I asked
Ellie
myself,
pen.
why am I still playing this? Why do I continue to play something that doesn't
Or is
respect
he,
my time?
maybe he's
The
gonna
endgame experience for Path of
reforge
Exile 2
these.
has been nothing but monotonous, punishing, aggravating, and I ultimately decided that I just can't keep doing this, man. I am not having fun playing the game anymore. After over 100 hours on a single character, I had to put the game down. I didn't really know what I was playing for anymore. Sure, I didn't hit max level at 100, but at some point, you have to take a step back and ask if
Okay,
all of this
he's
gameplay is
reforging.
even
Never
worth it.
mind.
After 100 hours, I think I'm good with Path of Exile 2 until its final release. I absolutely loved what I played in Acts 1 through 3 with a
Well, it sounds like to me, he asked earlier why he would use a guide, and I think it would have increased his enjoyment because he wouldn't have gotten one shot by a small delirium pack.
handful of issues that I think could easily be improved upon, but Endgame encapsulates all of those issues and somehow makes the primary gameplay experience worse without adding anything substantial. The inventory management, map sizing, monster strength, waystone system, the 10% XP loss for dying, the straight up loot gambling are all working in tandem to waste as
But you liked the loot gambling in campaign, why don't you like it in endgame?
much of your time as possible. I guess the endgame is one thing Diablo 4 still has over Path of Exile 2 at this moment in time. Diablo 4 didn't waste my time because it felt like I was actually making tangible progress with my character. I had something to look forward to at the end of every pit so I could level up my runes. I was still leveling at a decent pace because of the Paragon system. I was still doing the loot grind, on the hunt for ancestral items, but it just doesn't feel like I'm doing anything in Path of Exile 2 other than getting frustrated. Look, I still enjoy the fundamental gameplay loop of the game. I think it's a testament to the game's design that I decided to clock over
E4 is literally designed to get you to waste your time. Okay, so in PoE 2, there's like not much content to choose from because there's no content in the game, as opposed to what this guy said. He said this game has staggering amount of content in the end game, which is wrong. There's no content. In D4, you're basically on rails. It tells you where to go at all times. Like, to craft your gear, you need to go to you need to constantly loop between 3 different places, right? You gotta do pits, maybe not so much nightmare dungeons anymore. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this changed the patch. It's been a few patches since I played, but D4 kept you on rails, what you need to do. This game lets you choose what you want to do. Granted, there's like not many choices right now because there's nothing in the game, but
for 100 hours on what many people would consider to be the worst character in the game. I'm also sure that if I didn't have any other games to play or a
nobody considers Warrior the worst character in the game.
job, then I would happily crush another
Well, nobody who knows what they're talking about.
100 hours into this character and learn even more of what the game has to offer. There is still a mountain of content for people to engage with here if they have the time, but
No, there isn't. You engaged with all the content already.
let's be real. This game wants you to make it a part-time job, but I'm not going to do that. If you want a part-time job with a boss that spits in your coffee every morning, gives you the hardest work that you can possibly do, all while paying you scraps and expecting you to stay, then this is the game for you. Well, maybe it's more of an abusive relationship than it is a job.
Oh no, he said the thing. He said the thing.
If you enjoy it, I'm happy for you. I truly am. But I've had enough. I'm leaving and I won't be coming back until the other acts are here. If the endgame changes, I will debate spending more time in it, but as it stands, it straight up sucks. It sucks really bad. So that's Path of Exile 2. A great game with fantastic fundamentals that is absolutely ruined by a dog water endgame experience that wants you to hate it more than it hates you. I really wish I could end this video on a better note, but I just can't with the game in its current form. Everything about the gameplay makes me want to play more and more, and I might even start leveling some new characters from scratch just because the acts are so much fun to progress through. Time might be the one thing that fixes the game the most, and grinding your game's content cadence is top tier when it comes to seasons, so I'm expecting a lot of great new content to be added to the game as it reaches its 1.0 release.
Yeah,
It's just a shame.
I don't understand this. Like, it's so... I've seen this take so many times. People get filtered in campaign and they're like, wow, this is great. Then they get to endgame and they get filtered and they're like, wow, this is bad. Like, I don't get it. Why is it good if the campaign's hard? I mean, it's like, I don't know, there's so many there's so many situations / points where it goes wrong and it just doesn't make sense. Like, the endgame is super easy, but they fundamentally don't understand the game, but they think because they got through the campaign, they understand the game, when in reality, they probably, like, brute force their way through the game on a terrible build like this. And then you hit endgame, and your terrible build, which essentially doesn't function because you don't know how to make a build, you get stuck there. Like, why is it okay that you get stuck in the campaign, but it's not okay to get stuck in the endgame? Even though the endgame is, like, way easier than the campaign. I don't know. It is weird. Like, really weird. It's like, they understand it's a complicated game. Like, that guy said the game is very complicated, right? But he doesn't actually understand the game, but he thinks he does. Like, people think they understand the game, but they don't really understand the game. They think because they got through campaign, they understand it. I think that's what's happening. I don't know. That's my guess. It's like, they're not necessarily wrong about the things they're saying. Like, endgame is definitely worse than campaign, but not for any of the reasons he said. I've seen this so much in PoE 2. People come to the same conclusion, but they're just wrong in why it's that way. Kinda interesting. Well, I know, I mean, the filter thing's kind of understandable, because console, and I'm assuming he was on console, not on PC with the controller, because console didn't get filters for, like, a month, but I don't know. That video, I mean, the video came out yesterday, so... Who knows? Who knows? Like, people think they understand the game, they praise the complexity, but they don't actually understand the game, and then they get mad that they're getting smashed because they don't understand the game. I feel like that's 90% of the like new player reviews I see. They like the complexity, but they think they actually understand it, but they really don't. The WoW director is right. Okay, the WoW guy who said you think you want this but you don't, I think that is an entirely true statement. Not necessarily, not at all for what he was talking about, like WoW Classic, like that was stupid. But I think that's a very true thing that happens, very common. Not in that scenario, but I feel like there's a lot of people who think they want something in a game, but they don't actually want it. Complexity being a really good example of that. People want, like I explained this with D4, people want fake. I mean, I guess this maybe not necessarily true anymore, but it felt kind of true at one point. Maybe it's not really true because people actually like the PoE 2 campaign, but people like artificial difficulty. Like in D4, people are like, yeah, D4 is way more meaningful combat than PoE 1 because you step on a circle on the ground that drops some rockets on your head that get you stunned. They're like, yeah, I don't want to just dash through and explode the screen. I want to, you know, there's some stuff there. Like, you step on a circle and then some rocks fall on your head and you're stunned for 5 seconds. Like, it's like, it's not really difficulty, but it's like artificial difficulty that's just kind of annoying. I felt like that was a huge thing with D4. But maybe that doesn't hold up so well because people actually like PoE 2 campaign. Everyone wants the game to be hard, and hard means exactly the level that they can feel they are good at the game and call some other people bad. And if it's harder than that, it's not hard, it's tedious. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty good... Yeah, that's pretty true, I think. It's a good point. That is, yeah, that sounds pretty true. Dude, why are people so many talking about the edit hideout UI button? Nobody mentions anything when I leave it open forever in PoE 1. Sometimes you just gotta move stuff around. Data doggy swirlied in the toilet. Elemental expression? I don't know what that is. Oh, is that the thing that's like Wild Strike on monk, the bottom nodes? I don't know, I haven't seen it, but I don't think it's good. What do you mean? What's wrong with Arbiter? What is a puzzle about the Arbiter fight? Just stand in the circles.
Fate is on my side.
That's literally every boss fight. Once you learn it, there's no danger. I mean, I don't know if it's different with the Expedition boss, but you can beat the Breach Lord too if you play perfectly, knowing everything he does on any build. It's been a while since I've done it.
I must maintain a fine balance.
I bet it's Techless deleting your line.
All monastery.
Let's do a refresher here. Okay, bullet hell. It's a mom build. I mean, pretty much every boss in the game is like this. If you don't do damage, he doesn't do anything. Alright, we get it. He doesn't do anything if you don't do damage. Yeah, you know what this fight needs? They need to add some meatballs rolling. I don't know, I think the design's fine. I have not seen this phase. I mean, he's just tuned poorly. It's not the design. Pretty much every boss in the game is tuned poorly. It's not designed. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? They can't make the base bosses in the game super hard, because then people would quit. Like, you see how these new players and how they quit from thinking maps are too hard. I'm sure eventually we'll get Ubers. I mean, do they want to make the game hard? I don't think they've ever explicitly said they want to make the game harder than PoE1. I mean, it's kind of like the vibe I get from the game, obviously, but like, I don't think they've ever explicitly said that. I think what they've said is they want to redesign the game to fit more what they saw for it. Which doesn't necessarily say anything about it being hard. They said that bosses in PoE2 the hardest content they ever made. Well, that's kind of cooked. It seems like what you said, Kliz. People want the game to be as hard as it is for them, where it's like pretty easy and they can call other people bad. I think that's what's happening here. Or whatever you said, whatever the exact wording is. Well, it's not challenging because of the design, it's because the game's balanced wrong. I don't know, you don't understand this. Simple stuff. I think if you pinged, what's the word here? Pegged is the word. If you pegged like the amount of damage / damage you do in the game, like pegged it to like an average, like if you line it up with the balance of Dark Souls, Arbiter would be way harder. Dude, pole circling has nothing to do with bosses. It actually does nothing in boss. Alright. I've had enough. I think you're right, Close. It was a good bait. I'll give it to ya. The jig's up, though. It was out. Not even close.
The dreamer provides. Frozen lash.
I hate Oasis. And exalts. Hey, pretty good. A fake unique. A unique that cuts your character in half and turns one half into a minion. Your legs are walking around and your torso is floating. Okay, that's a good idea too, Bartleduki. When I put all modifiers up at the screen, because I'm too lazy to click the button, and sometimes I like to look at them to make sure I didn't put in the wrong map, so I don't die. Basically, whenever you see something and your question is why I'm doing it, and it's something that's stupid, it's probably because I'm lazy. What is that? Country cried Dickin? Oh, Kingdom Come. I don't get it. I think you're gonna solve world peace with that pill. Ballsprin, or to be pronounced Balsprin. I think you should go with I'd be jerkin'. I think that's good. That's definitely the winner. Okay, I'm gonna ask this every day until I get my answer. Does anybody here play the Pokemon card game on your phone? Yes, okay, there's a yes. Can you swipe for packs? Because I can't find the option. But surely you can, right? What do you mean, come on? No coming on, man. You need to take an I'd be jerkin'. Bartle Dookie, get him. Yeah, the TCG pocket. Ooh. That's pretty huge. Yeah, the gold, but I don't see where to get the packs. Oh, it can be used to skip time. Yeah, it's Amador. She keeps asking me, how do I whale out in the Pokemon trading card game for phone? Figured I'd get an answer. Premium. What do you get from that? But one pack a day is nothing. Well, you can't put real cards in the game. This is bullshit. Yeah, but you can't actually play the game in the card shop game. They said they're gonna add it, but I don't think it's in yet. Maybe now it is. It's been a while. You know, I just want to go back like 10 years and play Hearthstone.
The dreamer provides.
It's dog shit now. And nobody plays it. I mean, it's skill and RNG. I mean, mostly RNG. At least it was. Oh no, I never got into BGs. Didn't do it for me. I'd rather play a real auto battler.
Arms for the monastery.
Yeah, backpack battles is pretty good. Bazaar seemed pretty good too, but I didn't play it enough. Sorry to explain to your mom at 2:30 the phone call she got as a scam. It is now 3:38. Are you still explaining to her, or did she get it?
The dreamer provides.
Dude, just wait until the AI voice phone calling is in like full effect. Just get ready. But I'm gonna be real, like I don't understand. Unless it's like an old person with like fucking dementia or something, I don't know how they don't understand scams. It has to be like lead poisoning, their brain didn't develop or something.
I carry few possessions.
Like, I'm sick and tired of people saying that they didn't grow up with it, they don't understand it. That should be even more of a reason it's harder to scam them. Why the fuck would you believe some random genie in a bottle talking to you?
You've got mail.
Thanks for the 4-year resub, Kalima. There's a computer repair shop in LA. She lives in Ohio and doesn't own a computer. I don't know. I just don't get it, dude. I heard about something like that with the Brad Pitt pictures. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I was a kid, but everybody said, like, don't believe anything you see on the internet, right? And these same people these days are, like, looking at AI baby Jesus on the subway, touching everybody's forehead, and they think it's real. And they're like, wow, this is amazing. Like... Like stuff like this. I mean, I'm probably a large portion of the commenters aren't real either, but like I know old people that like are mindlessly scrolling on Facebook and looking at this shit. Like, it had to be like lead poisoning or something. I don't know. Their brain degraded. It's already real. You know, maybe that's the only thing that can save humanity. The web just becomes a steaming pile of AI dog slop everywhere that makes it completely unusable. Maybe that's the only thing that can actually save humanity from social media. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. I didn't know your chatters are real people. Well, that's the cool part. None of you are people in my mind. You're all NPCs to me. I just stream and the funny text appears on the screen. Oh, Teclis is a caveman in the desert. I don't know what the next tab sale is. I haven't really paid attention. When was the last one? It's always every like 4 weeks. Or maybe 5 weeks? I don't know. I'm singing Taylor Swift, let go. Here, look. You see it? What's a Walmart 10? Is that better or worse than a Target 10? You son of a bitch. This stupid thing. Hmm. Ate is like a five and a half. You typed in live hardcore in search and this isn't what I expect. It's pretty good if true. I win. I win a pretty decent amount of today. A Chiefs jersey, why? Because of Pepe? Okay, here's the question. Would you rather date Taylor Swift in Danny DeVito's body or Danny DeVito in Taylor Swift's body? You're just saying you can't just say one, you're not clarifying. No, it's not DeVito's personality in Taylor Swift's body. It is him. He's in there. Silk robe? I bet that's a temporalis. Like if you choose Danny DeVito and Taylor Swift's body, like if you like open up her mouth and look inside, you could see his eyes staring back at you. Essentially, like, Danny DeVito is controlling a mech Taylor Swift. Yeah, like, his whole body's in there. No, you can't cut her out. That's a tough one. Read it. portal. I don't know, I like the default portal. 45 physical damage or a third slot. Nice watch streak. My god, dude, affinities are gonna feel so good in PoE 1. I'm so ready. Yeah, I probably will not do a practice run. I don't want to ruin it, you know. Don't want to ruin it with the practice run. I should have named the league like something like "There is no pausing. Be warned." Just as a reminder in your top right corner. Did you put logout macro on escape for your pause button? You can still chat in your passive screen, which pauses. Yeah, I don't know why you can't chat in the pause screen. What day is it? Tuesday? Wish. What do you mean I wish? It's literally Tuesday. What do you mean for the D4 patch day? Holy shrine event. Do you think they're going to be able to put it in properly right now? Hey, calm down over there in YouTube chat. Ow. Catch up. Catch up on meatloaf. Is it worth it now? I mean, it's a bit better, but there hasn't been any major changes. What do you mean by a weird amount of onion? Like a lot? I don't know, onion's pretty good. Wait, an even ratio of onion to meat? Like you get... So you have, let's do a diagram here. So okay. So you have your burger, right? And then like here's your meat. And then here's your onion. And they're like equal. Like that's your average burger right there. What about egg on burger? I think egg on burger pretty good. I think it might be time to start shooting the wall of the hideout. Geomancer run or whatever it's called, Geomancer. I don't know. I don't know. What do I want to do? I don't know any of the RuneScape music. I know like 3 songs. speed run to level 60 in classic WoW. That's a good idea. I'm gonna put that in the video ideas. All right, well, I think it's time for me to go. You guys in a bit. Tomorrow.